At the center of the transformations shaping the modern world emerges a market that brings together faith, innovation, and sustainability. A market that continues to grow, evolve, and move trillions of dollars worldwide. The global halal market. Within this context, Brazil stands out as a key player and global reference. And here takes place the largest halal forum in the Americas. Organized by the Arab-Brazilian Chamber of Commerce and FAMBRA's Halal certification, the Global Halal Brazil Business Forum. More than just a concept, halal embodies trust, quality, and purpose, spanning every sector: food, pharmaceuticals, cosmetics, fashion, tourism, finance, and technology. It brings together a quarter of the world's population around values that respect human dignity and protect our planet. Owing to its productive capacity, entrepreneurial innovation, and robust diplomatic relations, Brazil stands as a global leader in the halal trade, seamlessly blending tradition with technology and shaping the future with responsibility and foresight. The Global Halal Brazil Business Forum 2025 arrives with a unique purpose: to connect and empower companies that believe in the vast potential of the halal market. Knowledge creates opportunities, and networking transforms ideas into thriving business ventures. This year, the central theme, Halal Green, Sustainability and Innovation, reflects a new era in global business, an era defined by environmental responsibility, ethical integrity, and technological advancement. Welcome to the Global Halal Brazil Business Forum 2025, the largest halal forum in the Americas. The future of halal business starts here. Connecting businesses, connecting cultures, connecting the future.
Over 70 years ago, a link between different worlds was created. The Arab-Brazilian Chamber of Commerce was founded to connect people in Brazil and the Arab countries and promote economic, social, and cultural development between regions. Headquartered in Sao Paulo with strategic branches in Itajaí, Brasilia, Dubai, and Cairo, we are the gateway to expanding and internationalizing your business. With exclusive benefits such as networking, matchmaking, customized consulting, business missions, and technological solutions like the innovative Elos blockchain platform. We support our members to generate business opportunities and expand their commercial frontiers. Arab-Brazilian Chamber of Commerce, opening doors, connecting worlds.
From the sacred scriptures of the Quran emerged a concept that has transcended centuries and today guides the lives of approximately 2 billion people worldwide. Halal, an Arabic word meaning permissible or lawful. These are products and services recognized by the Islamic community and valued by consumers who prioritize animal welfare, fairness in relationships, and sustainability throughout the production chain. Halal consumption is built upon an unshakable principle: trust. For over 4 decades, FAMBRA's Halal has been building this trust in Brazil and throughout Latin America. We are a global reference in halal certification, supervision, and auditing. Operating with excellence, we adhere to technical standards and the principles of Islamic jurisprudence, ensuring quality, safe food, and transparency at every stage of the process. Responsible for the development and implementation of the halal system in Brazil, FAMBRA's Halal holds the largest number of international accreditations in Latin America. We validate products recognized in over 160 countries, creating opportunities, establishing Brazil as the world's largest exporter of halal protein. Halal certification is the passport to the Islamic market. To achieve this, we assemble multidisciplinary teams of highly qualified technicians, auditors, and religious experts. We act as a pillar of positive social impact, development, and building a social legacy. Beyond certifying excellence, we affirm our commitment to integrity, trust, and the future. Fambras Halal, from Latin America to the world.
Muito bom dia a todos. Good morning, everyone.
We are beginning another Global Halal Brazil Business Forum 2025 promoted by the Brazilian Arab Chamber of Commerce and the FAMBRAS certification from Halal. I am Renata Baron. It's an honor to conduct this ceremony and receive all of you in our third edition of the forum, an event that is consolidated as the biggest halal event of the Americas. This year, the central topic is Halal Green, sustainable business and intercultural dialogue, reinforcing the importance of innovation, ethics, and sustainability as pillars of the future of halal businesses. Of course, we would like to thank our sponsors who made this meeting possible, and especially the MBRF Group and Modon. At this moment, I would like to invite everyone to stand up for the Brazilian national anthem.
Peço a gentileza que todos voltem a se acomodar.
Let us take our seats again, and once again, welcome everyone. And in these 2 days of the event, we're going to talk about innovation, technology, and sustainability. These are pillars, strengths that move our businesses and increase the reach of the halal market, a universe that goes beyond its products. It also involves services, experience, and solutions developed to address the demands and the lifestyle of the Muslim consumer. Our event is here at Sheraton WTC. It's the first hotel that is Muslim-friendly certified in São Paulo. It's the first state of the Americas that is officially adapted to the halal tourism, with experiences aligned with the Muslim public. GHD is being streamlined through the platforms of the Brazilian Arab Chamber of Commerce and the FAMBRAS certification. And we have people from different regions in Brazil and different countries as well. So it's a pleasure to have you here with us in this great meeting. And we remind you that there is simultaneous translation available. Channel 1 is Portuguese, Channel 2 is English, and Channel 3 is Arabic. So to start our opening event, we are going to call the leaders and representatives of the Halal certification area, commerce, and international affairs, and we would like to receive them with a hand. Mr. Mohamed Mouradi, Vice President of International Affairs and General Secretary of the Brazilian and Arab Chamber of Commerce. Also with us, Mr. Mohamed Hussein Zohbi, President of Fumbras Halal Certification. Also present, Mr. Alisson Navarro, Vice President of Bovines from the MBRF Group. Honorable Dr. Yusuf Al-Havert, Vice CEO of the Halal Center, Saudi Halal Center. Honorable Mr. Khaled Khanafriou, General Secretary of the Union of Arab Chambers. Your Excellency Sheikh Yusuf Halal, General Secretary of the Chamber of Commerce and Development. Mr. Ossan Ovud, General Secretary of CEMIG, the Secretary General of Metrology for Islamic Countries and Standards. And Honorable Mr. Bahin Al-Zabin, the Ambassador of the Palestine in Brazil and Decan of the ambassadors in Arab ambassadors and Brazilian ones. And we would also like to greet the other authorities, governmental, diplomatic, and the entrepreneurial leaders and religious leaders that are present, as well as all of the representatives from national and international entities that are here with us at our event. So to begin our official opening, we would like to invite Mr. Mohamed Mouradi, Vice President of International Affairs and the Secretary of the Arab and Brazilian Chamber of Commerce, for his words and to welcome all of you. Sorry, the microphone is not working.
E decano do Conselho de Embaixadores Árabes no Brasil.
Okay, the microphone is back. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome those who are present here and those who are with us at a distance to Global Halal Business Forum 2025. This is the third edition of the event that is already consolidated as the main business platform, debates, and information about the halal market in the Americas. And during the program, we're going to look at existing opportunities in the segment of halal consumption in those where Brazil already has good participation, as well as the other consumption segments where our country still has a lot to conquer. Almost 2 million consumers, Muslims. It is in a $7 trillion market. There are economies that are growing, and there's a population that is basically young that grows above the international averages. Brazil is important in the halal economy. Our country is the biggest exporter of halal protein in the world, exporting about $6 billion to the 57 countries that compose the Organization for Islamic Cooperation. OCE. The exporting of food and beverages to these companies, some $28 billion in 2024. That was a 20% increase compared to the previous year. But we need to have greater diversification of exports. Although it is robust, it is still limited to basic products and agricultural products as well as meats. Another very important point is to intensify the institutional efforts so that Brazilian entrepreneurs and the OCE entrepreneurs have a favorable environment to make commercial exchanges, especially through the strengthening of diplomatic interlocution between the Brazilian government and the Islamic countries. This kind of initiative opens up good perspectives to increase the free trade agreements with Brazil and Muslim countries. In the domestic market, we need to consider the intensification of the initiatives in the halal production in Brazil. And although it is the protein market is highlighted, it can still go over to other segments. One of the initiatives that has worked to help the advancement of Brazil in the halal food market is the Halal Food Project, together with the Arab and Brazilian Chamber of Commerce, and the investments and exports from Apex Brazil. They want to train small and medium companies to obtain the halal certification. For this market, certification is extremely important. First of all, it tests the consumer and the product. It attests that the products were made respecting the cultural and religious traditions of Islamism. Also, certification is seen as a quality differential, since halal, as you will see during this event, is deeply related to principles of best practices and ESG. And finally, I would like to thank all of you for coming to this event and for the opportunity that you're giving us to show the relevance of the halal market within the world context. I would like to also thank all of our moderators and panelists and keynote speakers and the coordinator of this event, and I would like to give special thanks to Mr. Ali Zobi for all of his dedication and commitment and all help. Thank you. And I also have to thank all of our sponsors, MBRF, Modem, Seara Alimentos, Eco Halal, Emirates, the MHE9 Group Prime Company, Cara Preta, Carnes Nobres, and ESGS, who have helped us a lot to make this forum feasible. Thank you very much. Salam alaikum. We would like to thank Mr. Mohamed Murad for the words and for representing the Chamber of Arab Brazilian Commerce, and he's a reference in strategic business and strengthening of commercial relationships between Brazil and the Arab world. And now we would like to invite Mr. Mohamed Hussein Lazorbi, the president of FAMBRAS Halal Certification, for his words and to welcome you. Let's give him a hand. On behalf of God, may God, the peace of God, be with everyone. Honorable Mr. Mohamed Ould Murad, Vice President of International Relations and General Secretary of the Brazilian Arab Chamber of Commerce. Honorable Sheikh Yusuf Khalawi, General Secretary of the Islamic Chamber of Commerce and Agriculture, Honorable Sheikh Dr. Khalid Hanafi, General Secretary of the Union of Arab Chambers, Honorable Mr. Alison Navarro, Global Vice President of Bovines in MBRF, Honorable Mr. Yusuf Harbi, Vice President of Saudi Halal Center, and Honorable Mr. Yassan Ovut, General Secretary of ZMIC. And we also have with us, starting Dr. Mohammed Bishari, the General Secretary of the Muslim communities, representing Dr. Hali Rashid Handaim, President of the Board. And the ambassadors present, I would like to start by greeting our great deacon of the Arab ambassadors in Brazil, and Ibrahim Azebit from Palestine. And I would also like to greet the ambassador of Egypt, Maitaha Khalil, and our dear ambassador from Qatar, Akhshibani, and from Bahrain, Badr Abbas Hassan Ahmed, Ali Laibi. And our dear ambassador from Maracas, Nabil Adrouri. And the ambassador of Libya, Osama Brahim Ayad Sawan. I don't know if he is here. The ambassador from Algeria, our dear Dr. Abdelaziz bin Ali Sharif. And the ambassador from Iraqi, Iraz Hassan, Hashim Al-Hamdani. And the ambassador of Kuwait, Ahmed Al-Sumait. And from the Arab League, Qais Shukat. The ambassador of Lebanon, Elias Nicholas, who I did not see. The ambassador from Sudan, Ahmed Swad. Ambassador from the Emirates, Hamid Al-Dabous Suwaidi, represented by the General Council of Arabs, Mr. Abdallah Shaim. An ambassador of Saudi Arabia, Faisal Ibrahim Hulam, represented at this moment by his secretary, Abdallah Al-Hudairi. The ambassador of Tunisia, represented by the commercial person, Hassam Sadani. Ambassador of Syria, represented by the council, Imad Defali, and the General Council of Lebanon, my dear friend Krudi Lazi. And the General Council of Qatar, Den Al-Hamari. And we have with us our commercial counsel from Egypt, Mr. Islam Taha. I would like to greet Honorable Secretary of Agriculture from the state of São Paulo, Alberto Amorim, and I would also like to greet all the other state secretariats present here. I would like to greet our Bruno Rabelo from the city of Mãe do Rio in Pará, and I would also like to greet all of the political authorities of the government, municipal governments. Dear guests, entrepreneurial leaders, partners, representatives of institutions that build with us the future of halal in Brazil and in the world. Good morning. It is a great honor to start another edition of Global Halal Brazil, the business forum that is in its third edition, and it is the result of the Union of FAMBRAS Halal Certificadora and the Arab Brazilian Chamber of Commerce. This event was born with the purpose of bringing together Brazil and the vast dynamic Islamic market, a dialogue that brings together economy, culture, values, and mutual respect. In this market, Brazil is recognized internationally, not only because of the quality of the halal products that it exports, but because of the confidence that inspires as an ethical and stable partner and committed to sustainability, a subject that is urgent and very current, that inspired the topic of our forum, Halal Green, sustainable business and intercultural dialogues. The best definition for sustainability is the capacity of addressing the needs of those present without harming the capacity of future generations and addressing their own needs. In practice, we talk about the balance of the environmental, economic, and social pillars to have a balanced development in the long term. When we think about products and services, in the era we are in, quality and price are not enough to attract consumers anymore. The world demands purpose, ethics, and actual commitment with people and with the planet, especially from companies. And within this context, where the ESG concept has become a pillar of economy, and the criteria of organizations and criteria. And when we work closely, we notice that Halal and ESG, they have the same essence, and within a different context. With regard to the environment, ESG emphasizes the action considering the reduction of environmental impacts, and Halal looks at purity and traceability in the whole production chain, and this aligns to this vision, ensuring that the products and foods are the result of ethical, clean, and sustainable processes, including well-being for the animals. Another very important point is social responsibility. In talking about ESG, this is translated into respect for labor and promotion of equity and a positive social impact. In the halal universe, these values are expressed through justice, ethics, commitment with human well-being. And finally, ESG requires solid governance, transparency, and responsibility in management. The Halal certification is translated into trust, following not only the premises of the Islamic law, but also incorporating other important norms involving quality and excellence. Auditing continues, together with traceability and a posture of clarity with the consumer. Halal ESG shows that it is possible to do business with awareness, innovation, and purpose. And the essence of the Halal Green is basically prospering without hurting the planet, and growing without leaving anyone behind, and building bridges between cultures, a true intercultural dialogue. I hope that everybody who is with us in these 2 days of the Global Halal Business Forum will bring not only quality information about the halal market, but also in the different areas, and there is an ethical certainty and prosperity that can move together side by side. Before closing, I would like to share one more message. This forum also brings me back after a challenging period in my personal life. In the last few months, I had to get away from the activities at Fambras Halal to get my health in order. It was time for reflection, faith, and learning. Today, in front of all of you, I can only thank God and go back to this stage before so many dear people, and it's more than happiness, it's a blessing. Thank God for the recovery. I would like to thank my family who was beside me at all moments. And I would like to thank my friends. I talked about some of them here, although all of you really have a place reserved inside my heart. And I would like to thank César Halum, my friends, Dr. Sebastião Barbosa, Mr. Calil Cairão. I would like to thank the colleagues and collaborators of Fambras and Fambras Halal and the Arab Chamber that continued in the mission with great dedication. I would like to thank everybody in Brazil and abroad who prayed and sent messages and believed in my recovery. And this manifestation of love was my greatest strength. I would like to thank my brother, Fada Dessa, who is with us here today. And I would like to say from the bottom of my heart, I continue with the same purpose that has always moved me, working for Halal, for Brazil, and for a fair, ethical, and sustainable world. And thank you to all of you. Salam alaikum. Thank you, Mr. Mohamed Hossein Zoghbi. Thank you also for the greetings and for full recovery, definitely taking this purpose of halal and all of the issue between Brazil, the Arab world, and other countries that have Muslims. So we're also going to talk about Fambras Certificadora, which is a pioneer in Brazil, more than 40 years in Brazil, and a reference in the halal international business. We would like to invite Mr. Alisson Navarro, now Vice President of the Bovine Group from MBRF, to give his opening words. Let's give him a hand. Good morning, everyone. I would like to thank, first of all, Dr. Mohamed Zoghbi for all of the influence and respect and admiration that we have for him. Salam alaikum. And I'm also very satisfied to participate in the Global Halal Brazil Business Forum and celebrating a very long partnership with Halal. It is definitely a great global partner in halal. We would also like to thank the Arab Brazilian Chamber of Commerce and Fambras Halal for the organization of this event that promotes a relevant dialogue between authorities, leaders of institutions, and strengthening the cooperation between Brazil and the halal global sector. MBRF, the halal market, represents a partnership over decades based on respect, trust, and commitment with the delivery of products produced with integrity, quality, and safety. From the field to the table. This is a relationship that values not only the product, but also the principles and the values that guide each phase of the production. Our presence in this market started more than 50 years ago with the Sadia brand. And today, it is a leading brand in the market and the preference of consumers in the region. Since then, we have maintained a continuous trajectory of collaboration, reflecting the strength of our brands and the care to understand and address the cultural preferences and the standards of excellence that define the halal consumption. The halal market is an ecosystem that is dynamic, where tradition and innovation move together, bringing advances in technology, sustainability, and productive efficiency. And it is with this spirit that we continue feeding the future, promoting sustainable development, innovation, and strengthening of ties that bring together cultures through food. And on behalf of MBRF, once again, I would like to thank you for the opportunity of participating in this forum and sharing the space with leaders that recognize the importance of partnerships and mutual trust for the sustainable development and strengthening of the relationships between Brazil and the halal world. I wish you all a great event. Salam alaikum. Sorry, we're here with our dear ambassador from Jordan and Dr. Moin Hamid Sukrit and our Director of Customs, Dr. Ahmed. Welcome. Sorry, I didn't say your names. Thank you very much, Dr. Mohamed Azoghbi and Mr. Alison Navarro and the MBRF group for the support and partnership in this forum. We would now like to invite Honorable Yusuf Al-Hani, the Vice CEO of the Saudi Halal Center representing Saudi Arabia. The floor is yours.
Dear Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It's an honor to be with you today at this important international forum that brings together governmentals and industry and the halal certification body to discuss how can we strengthen the global unity and the mutual trust within the growing halal ecosystem. On behalf of the Saudi Halal Center, I extend our sincere appreciation to FAMBRAS and the Arab Brazilian Chamber of Commerce for organizing this forum, forcing meaningful and dialogue among halal partners. Brazil plays an essential role in global halal supply, particularly for the food export, contributing to the availability and reliability for the halal product worldwide. It is consistent standard and commitment to the quality that's helped strengthen confidence of the international halal trade. Halal today is more than certification. It's a global value system built on integrity, transparency, and responsibility. It connects the nation through shared principle of trust, ensuring that a product meets both ethical and equality expectation. The Saudi Halal Center work hand in hand with international partners and halal certification body around the world to improve the global halal ecosystem through harmonization and the digital transformation and also partnerships. Our initiative in the Saudi Halal Centers, the Global Halal Mark, and the Digital Halal Platform, and the Global Halal Academy reflect shared commitment to strengthen confidence and improve efficiency and unify the effort across the global market. No single country or institution can advance the halal agenda alone. True progress from partnership from the government and halal certification body and the private sector working together to develop consistent and transparent halal ecosystem. Together, we can build halal system that is trust and connected to ensure that halal remain as a symbol of integrity and unity for the future generation. Thank you very much, and wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Agradecemos mais uma vez ao
Thank you once again, Mr. Yusuf Ahali, for his words that reinforce the trust and mutual respect between Brazil and Saudi Arabia. We would now like to call Honorable Mr. Halal Hanafi, General Secretary of the Union of Arab Chambers, for his words for everyone in our third Global Halal Brazil Business Forum.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله.
I would like to greet our friends. Greetings to the Arab ambassadors who are present here with us today. Greetings to the private sector of the Arab and Brazilian world, the federations and institutions, from entrepreneurs, and greetings to the scientists, the research centers and universities, greetings to those who came from the Arab world and other regions, and greetings to those who came from Brazil. This forum, in our opinion, is extremely important. And it is so important because it is done in São Paulo and Brazil, and there is a meaning to this, especially with regard to the Arab-Brazilian relations in general. And the meaning that this relationship has over time. So we have not talked about halal only in terms of the traditional model. We talk about halal as a principle that includes food products commercialized between our regions. But now we have overcome these concepts. We went beyond in two meanings. The first one is the quality of the products. These are very high quality products, and it's not only food products. This moves on to other products, consumption products in the technology and also the digital areas, financial operations as well, and maybe, which is clearer in our opinion, the progress that the world has developed in the halal area. This includes sustainability, green economy, and this also includes halal in the bigger sense of the word. But basically I'm talking about the broad sense of the word. And when we place a system, we place a halal economic system that is smart, comprehensive, and including not only certification and going beyond this border to include all of the operations. And as our friend Zourbi said, it also includes the financial operations, technology, digital technology, labor. So we would like to invite to build these digital halal bridges, making them strong, and also strong logistics that will be able to guarantee this principle using a blockchain, also making it easier and transforming these subjects so they become real. And I would like to invite all of the institutions so that we can transform ourselves and we also have a huge opportunity to grow. Our commerce is beyond $2 trillion and includes more than 60 countries, and I believe that this area can actually grow even further. And we're going to have a different sort of market with different products. So it is time to come to this transformation, and the Brazilian Arab Chamber of Commerce represents Arabic commerce in 22 different countries. And I also invite the foreign bodies headed by the Arab Brazilian Chamber of Commerce that is part of the Union of Arabic Chambers. And I would also like to invite other international chambers to follow the example of the Arab Brazilian Chamber of Commerce, so that we're going to have a system that is effective, based on the digital area. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Hatafir, for his beautiful words and the importance of this very prosperous relationship for Brazil, between Brazil and the Arab world. Now I would like to invite Sheikh Yusuf Halal, and General Secretary of the Islamic Chamber for the Development of Commerce and Economy. Let's give him a hand, please.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
Good morning, everyone.
And the representative of the diplomatic mission, their business people, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It's with great pleasure to be with you today here in Sao Paulo, hosting the third global Brazilian Halal event, and having many like me taking flights with more than 10 hours to be here. This really reflects the globality of the halal concept as a business concept developed based on the faith and belief of Muslims, which came to the whole humanity, not just for Muslims. So being a global concept reflects the major development which happened in the last 5 decades. As a representative of Islamic Chamber of Commerce and Development, which is the largest representative of Muslim private sector across the globe, we notice that development. We just had in the first week of October in Germany our first Halal Day as part of Anoga food exhibition, which is the largest food and beverage exhibition in the world. So if the largest exhibition in the world in food and beverage recognize the importance of halal, and they partner with us to develop the concept of halal, this is a major sign in what happened in the last 5 decades. And we are today here in Sao Paulo. Next month, by 21st of November, we are hosting our first London Halal Forum, which will become like a landmark in the halal event across the globe. And then by December, we are hosting our halal reception in Bangkok. So I am giving you just a short list in that coming 2 months, showing that halal event are going across the globe, regardless it is Muslim or non-Muslim countries. Ladies and gentlemen, 5 decades ago, Brazilian business people understood the potential of halal business. And when they have been requested to do a major modification in their production, they accepted that. What's the result? The result, Brazil today is the largest halal exporter in the world. So we need, as the old generation understood the potential of halal and they did the needed modification, they didn't say, no, we will not accept that because we are already producing and we cannot do that modification. We don't want to invest in changing our production facilities. They noticed the potential. What is the situation today? This is a major question. So based on our researches, based on the development going everywhere, we believe in less than 10 years, the whole halal concept will be developed. Developed for many reasons. There are plenty of reasons why that major and strategic development will happen. So the major question is the same situation will stay as of today as number of production and the list of top 5 as companies and countries? I don't think this will continue anymore in the next 5 years. And this is why, because there is a major change in the halal consumer behavior. So if you just remember, maybe 10 years ago, anyone, when he or she see like the logo of halal in any restaurant or in any product, they accepted that. This is not the situation anymore today. Because with the connectivity happened, and Dr. Khalid reflect part of that in his opening speech, that connectivity give every single person in the world, even the kids, they have their mobile devices today. So they can check the authentic of that certificate. Few years ago, there is no way to check is that certificate authentic or not. Today, you can review, you can trace anything in the world. So this will change a major and a dramatic development. So are we aware of that? I believe many of us, yes, aware. But are we going to develop all our facilities, all our production, and before that, our understanding of the potential and the need of developing all that? This is the major question which every business person, every CEO, every business owner, if they would like to get the benefit of that potential, we need to ask ourselves on that. Even in the research in halal, just before the pandemic, in the whole year, we used to have like maximum 3 reports every year regarding halal businesses. Today, every month, we are receiving minimum 5 reports talking about halal, even per region or dedicated for a specific country or dedicated for a business sector or talking about the expectation. Plus, for the first time ever, we are going even to have our own indices of halal services and production. So all that reflect a major development. That development include even a major investment going on. Lots of new real investors are joining the market. Few years ago, there was almost no investment in halal. But today, I can assure you, again, there are every year hundreds of millions of dollars are coming as a new investment from a new investor, not from the existing investor. All that reflect a major development will happen in the next 5 years, I believe even before 2030. The whole ecosystem of halal will be changed. So let us understand that. Let us be ready. This is for any business owner, for any CEO, for any person working in professionality in halal business. We need to be ready for that. Lots of potential are coming and lots of development in the relation between us as a human will coming based on that development in the businesses. Thank you for being with us here today, and I wish all of you a pleasant stay in Sao Paulo and a very productive dialogue in that 2 days. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Muito obrigada, agradecemos a...
Thank you very much, Yusuf Halal, Your Excellency, for the words and dedication to strengthening the halal global business, and also for bringing the whole trajectory, step by step, of what happened decades ago and what brought us here because of the strengthening and what is coming ahead as well. And now we would like to invite Mr. Asampo Vood, General Secretary of CEMIC, which is the Standards and Metrology Institute for Islamic Countries. Let's give him a hand. Suas Excelências, irmãos e irmãs, é realmente
this distinguished forum, which is now organized as the 3rd edition and has become a leading platform for economic cooperation and catalyst for new opportunities in the halal industry. Allow me to begin by extending my heartfelt appreciation to the FAMBRAS halal certification body and Arab Brazilian Chamber of Commerce for their invitation and exceptional efforts in hosting this event. I am confident that our discussions will end to constructive, high insight and fruitful outcomes. Distinguished guests, as we all know, the two most important sources of Islam, the Quran and Hadith, give us a wide variety of orders and advice on halal consumption. Today, halal industry, which has a very wide scope from food to cosmetics, from pharmaceutical industry to finance, has made its existence and importance accepted all over the world and become a trend demanded by Muslim and non-Muslims. Halal is not option for us, it's a necessity. In this regard, you esteemed producers, certification bodies, and all other relevant actors have a great responsibility to shoulder. Halal is ours, and these responsibilities is also ours. The role of such important organizations in raising halal awareness is very important, and its continuity is more important also. Throughout this forum, we will have the opportunity to benefit from the expertise of prominent leaders in the halal industry who will contribute through panel discussions covering a wide range of the key topics related to halal. Therefore, I am delighted to be here with all of you and to contribute in my capacity as the Secretary General of the CIMIC to continued advancement and strengthening of the halal industry. In this regard, I would like to pray to Almighty Allah for the positive results of these joint efforts that we have carried out our order to implement halal in the most transparent and reliable way. And I would like to thank you one by one for your efforts. Please always remember, we can only be successful through hard work, through cooperation, and doing our job in a professional manner, following the best practices. Thank you for your kind attention. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you once again for Dr. Hussam's words and for his role in CIMIC for standards and that bring the credibility of the international halal market. Now I would like to invite Dr. Ambassador Ibrahim Al-Zibin, Decan of the Arab Ambassadors and the Ambassador of the Palestine State in Brazil. Let's give him a hand. Salam alaikum. Good morning, everyone, and all of the Arab ambassadors in this forum is a vote of confidence. Mr. Mohammed Murad, Hamid Zubi, and dear assistants and representatives in this event. Mr. Zugbi, we're all happy here to see you back with us, and we would like to congratulate FAMBRAS that has worked very hard until you returned. Congratulations. I would like to greet on behalf of the Arab ambassadors this panel, this event, the representatives from Egypt, Saudi Arabia, from Brazil. On behalf of you, I would like to greet all of the Brazilian authorities. It's a great honor, and I'm very happy to participate once again. It's the third time of the Global Halal Brazil Business Forum. I would like to thank the organizers for the invitation and the opportunity to share this very important moment. This forum has become over the years an indispensable area of dialogue, cooperation, and friendship between Brazil and the Muslim world. The Halal Forum reflects the closeness, increased closeness between our societies, a relationship that goes beyond commerce. The Halal Forum is based on common values and mutual respect, trust, and the will to build a future that is more balanced and sustainable. Halal, in this sense, is more than a set of religious norms, and this was mentioned by all the authorities that spoke before me. It is a philosophy of life and prosperity that promotes ethics, justice, and social responsibility. During the previous mandates, Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva, that I would like to greet and thank, and Brazil has been through a marking period of closeness with the Islamic world. Years of intense dialogue and opening doors and creating long-lasting relations. And thanks to this, our commercial relations and institutional relationships have become stronger. And today, the commerce between Brazil and Arab countries and Muslim countries in general is about $70 billion, is worth $70 billion, an expressive and promising outcome. Most of this success comes from the halal commerce, a sector that combines quality, trust, and sustainability. Brazil is recognized around the world for the excellent halal products, and we are very well represented here by the authorities, and also the image of a reliable partner. But still, there's a lot of room for growth. This cooperation that integrates more sectors and promotes investments and strengthens the cultural and human ties that bring our people together. I hope this Global Halal Brazil Business Forum will be another mark between cooperation between Brazil and the Muslim world. And from here, I hope that new ideas can be born, new projects, and new commitments with a future of prosperity, shared, and also peace and solidarity. Thank you, everyone, and I hope you all have success. We would like to thank Ambassador Ibrahim Zebin, and we now have the diplomatic strengthening of the relationship between Brazil and the Arabic countries. So we will have the Brazilian government now. We are going to watch the Mauro Vieira, our Ministry of External Affairs from Brazil, saying a few words. Mr. President of the Arab Brazilian Chamber of Commerce, William Adib Dib Jr., Mr. President of FAMBRAS Halal Certification, Mohamed Hussein El Zogbi, ladies and gentlemen, I am very satisfied to once again talk to the participants of the Global Halal Brazil Business Forum. In its third edition, this meeting has become a consolidated brand in the Brazilian entrepreneurial calendar, and it is the biggest in the Americas. Brazil, I'm proud to say, is a traditional exporter of food products, halal food products. Ever since the 70s, our private sector has addressed the specifications of production and exporting to the Islamic market. With the capacity of adaptation and anticipating the economic dynamics, Brazil was able to find in the halal demands an opportunity. Our producers knew how to give special attention to the customs and specificities, ethical specificities and religious ones from the Muslim world to build what is most important, either in the business world or in diplomacy, the trust. The result of this is the expressive presence of Brazilian products in halal markets, and especially in the animal protein market. Brazil today is the greatest exporter of foods for all the countries in the Islamic organization. Also, bovine meat, sugar, coffee, mate. In 2024, Brazilian exports to the countries of the Arabian League achieved a second consecutive record, summing up $23 billion, 22% above the previous year. The movement of expansion is promising in our sales to areas with a greater added value. Brazilian entrepreneurs have begun to understand even better the importance of addressing this increasing demand for halal products. A huge growth potential. According to the report about the state of Islamic economy in the world for 2024 and 2025, the sector of halal foods, for example, that summed up $1.43 trillion in 2023, should reach $1.94 trillion until 2028. Halal cosmetics will go beyond $87 billion in 2023 to $118 billion in 2028. In spite of the challenges and the need for regulations and specific certification, the successful experience of the food industry gives us trust that Brazilian producers will be prepared to address the expectations of this demanding market. The Brazilian government has worked to become closer to new partners to negotiate the opening of new markets. Ever since the beginning of this government, in 2023, we opened up a total of 437 new markets through groups like BRICS, but also bilaterally. We have come closer to Muslim countries, especially in the region of the Gulf, areas of great potential for Brazilian exports in the near future. And the trust and partnership that exist between Brazil and the halal market, this is an example of a successful story, and we knew how to look at strategic view. It is the result of a partnership between the government and entrepreneurs trying to develop Brazil, and a great priority of the Brazilian external policies. And also, there is the effort of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in this task. I wish you all a great event and great business. Thank you for the words from the Minister Mauro Vieira. That has been extremely important in the opening of this diplomatic and commercial dialogue between Brazil and the Islamic and Arab countries. And now we will hear Honorable Geraldo Alckmin, Vice President of the Republican Ministry of Development, Industry, and Trade and Services. Friends, I am very satisfied to talk to the participants of this third edition of the Global Halal Brazil Business Forum. Brazil is the greatest global producer of halal meat, and we are very proud of this. This is a market with Islamic consumption of more than 60 countries with 1.9 billion consumers, and a movement estimated at $3 trillion per year. Brazil is the main supplier. And it is because of something that is according to how we are. We value and we respect all cultures and religions. We learn with them, we live with them in harmony, we negotiate with them and grow. And I am sure that this very important event will increase even more the dialogue and cooperation between all participants. I would like to take advantage of this time, and I would like to send a hug to William Ajib Jr., the president of the Arab Brazilian Chamber of Commerce, and Mohamed Hussein El Zogbi, president of FAMBRAS Halal Certificadora. I wish you all a great event and good business to everyone. Thank you to the Vice President of the Republic and Minister of Development, Trade and Services, Geraldo Alckmin, for his words and for the constant support to the strengthening of economic and commercial relationships between our country and the Islamic world. Thank you once again to all the authorities and leaders present here. And now we would like to invite you to do our official photo. So please stand up here on our stage. And this is a symbol of the institutional union and commitment to sustainable and ethical development of the halal market.
Official photo. Thank you. Dr. Mohammed? Okay, please, ambassadors and other authorities come to the stage here to take another photo. Por favor, outras autoridades e embaixadores.
The other ambassadors, we would like you to come up on stage so that we can have another official picture. Thank you.
Rogério Carvalho. Rogério Carvalho e gostaríamos de saudar também.
And we would also like to greet Senator Rogério Carvalho and Dr. Halal from the Iraq Chamber. Thank you very much for being with us in our third Global Halal Business Forum.
Muito obrigada mais uma.
Thank you very much once again to all of the authorities present. Salam alaikum.
Ambassadors for being here in our opening session of Global Halal Brasil Business Forum. Sejam todos bem-vindos mais uma vez.
Welcome once again. Please take your seats.
Quando puder chamar o Marco, aqui, ela posso falar. Quando ele tiver ok. Só aguardem mais alguns instantes.
Just a few more minutes while the authorities greet each other, and we are going to continue our Global Halal Brazil Business Forum, third edition.
We'll continue our event here just to the authorities and other members to have a conversation, and then we continue here just a few minutes. No, you have to take off. Okay, they take it. They take it. Sorry, yes, I know, but they think they are. Por gentileza, eu peço que todos.
So please take your seats for us to continue our official opening so that we can continue our agenda.
Continues our agenda here.
So now we are going to hear a presentation that talks about the halal green market, the trends and global opportunities, that will be given by our keynote guest, Mr. Marco Chiming, co-founder and CEO of HSC Alliance. It's going to be online. He's already connected.
Are you hearing us? Are you listening us?
A very good morning. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, very good. So, please.
Bem, por favor, seja bem-vindo. É um prazer recebê-lo aqui no nosso terceiro evento Global Halal Brasil Business Forum. A palavra é sua. Seja bem-vindo.
Distinguished speakers, panelists, honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, assalamu alaikum and a very good morning. First, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to deliver the keynote at the esteemed Global Halal Brazil Business Forum 2025. Under the title, The Future of Halal Supply Chains and Halal Ecosystem, I will cover the topics of halal mega trends, the halal supply chain and success stories in halal logistics, the halal value chain and halal ecosystems, and the HSC Alliance Halal Supply Chain Rating. When we talk about the supply chain, it's also good to realize the importance of international trade and also the importance of relationships between the Muslim world and also non-Muslim countries. We know already that the biggest importers are Saudi Arabia, UAE, Turkey, followed by Indonesia, Malaysia. But good to see also is that the biggest exporters to OIC are big countries, are non-Muslim countries. They are China, India on number 3, Brazil, followed by Russia and the USA. So there's an important relationship between Muslim countries and non-Muslim countries. We see that the biggest suppliers to the Muslim world are non-Muslim countries, not only in terms of raw materials, but also in terms of end products. So what are the halal mega trends? Halal is clearly moving away from a product approach towards a supply chain approach and also increasingly a halal value chain approach. More on that later. We also see the development of halal ecosystems in Asia and the Middle East that simplify halal for the industry. We also see that halal certification bodies are introducing halal blockchain technology to facilitate certification as well as audits. And finally, we see the introduction of halal compliant ports. So halal is not static. So often industries see the halal certificate as the goal. This is not the goal. So similar to a driving license, your ambition level should be go beyond the halal certificate towards the halal reputation and halal DNA, which is supported by halal standards, including OSC SMIC, international standards such as the Halal Supply Chain Management System standard. Also highlighted by earlier speakers is the important role of the Muslim consumer, that is demanding that Islamic values are being addressed throughout the supply chain and business value chain. And this needs to be addressed by companies that want to do business in Muslim majority markets. So what is the halal supply chain all about? Halal supply chain management is the management of a network with the goal of extending halal integrity from source, the beginning of the supply chain, up to the point of consumer purchase. Sometimes this is the farm, but also animals receive vaccines and medicine. So there is a step before the farm. Also, the end of the supply chain, that can be the supermarket, it can be the restaurant, and in case of e-commerce, it can also be the doorstep of the consumer. It is important to realize that similar to food safety, similar to cold chain, halal needs to be addressed from the beginning of the supply chain until the end. There are several success stories in terms of halal logistics. Multinational companies like DB Schenker that have established solid halal logistics operation managing food and pharmaceutical supply chains in Muslim majority markets. Also, a French company, a shipping line, CMA CGM, is introducing halal containers, which are ritually cleansed to offer the export to Muslim markets where ritual cleansing is important, including Southeast Asia. Also, Indonesia has introduced a halal hub port warehouse location at Tanjung Priok, the main gateway into Indonesia, but also is facilitating domestic transport via sea to all its islands and putting even a sticker of halal supply chain on the outside of the container to clearly identify halal cargo. We also see the development of halal ports, including Kuantan Port in Malaysia that established protocols not only for the transport and storage at the port and for livestock, but also having developed and dedicated halal cargo inspection, where inspections are done by customs and veterinary services and the Ministry of Health. We also see examples in non-Muslim countries like in Europe, Eurofrigo, part of the Nichirai group that established a dedicated halal cold room that is also doing all import checks into the EU in a dedicated halal inspection area. Other ports are also certified, such as in Spain and in Belgium, that also have established halal control procedures in sea freight operations. So we see that halal is moving away from a product approach towards a supply chain and value chain. So the halal value chain goes beyond the supply chain, is also looking at Islamic finance and takaful, HR, sustainability, and also branding and marketing, amongst others. It's about building halal reputation capital for brand owners based on a proper halal assurance system that goes beyond procurement and manufacturing. Halal and Islamic values need to be included in the processes, procedures, and business value chain. This makes halal more complex, so there's a need for halal ecosystems to simplify halal. Various speakers before me had talked about the importance of sustainability. Yes, in halal ecosystems, we also need to cover the components of sustainability to simplify sustainability for the smaller players. A focus on the halal supply chain, where we bring the components of the supply chain together, so the producer of raw materials and products and customers physically as much as possible concentrated in one industrial zone. This reduces costs and also increases innovation. We also see the importance of Islamic finance, to include Islamic finance together with the industry. I've been working with industries and also the Islamic Development Bank on introducing Islamic finance and also the Waqaf formula, not only in supporting SME development, but also making use of Waqaf land to produce agriculture products for halal ecosystem. In other words, very exciting times we are in today. I've been working on those halal ecosystems already in countries like Indonesia and Malaysia, and there are many more countries to come, both Muslim but also non-Muslim countries. Under the Halal Supply Chain Alliance, HSC Alliance, we will be introducing a halal supply chain rating hallmark, a reward for halal excellence for companies that go beyond conventional halal certification. We will be looking at cleanliness, identification of halal in the supply chain, customer service, the auditing within the supply chain, the quality but also halal services throughout the supply chain, access to transport and storage within the supply chain, meeting halal standards, but also Islamic finance and insurance for the halal supply chain. We are very excited to establish this halal supply chain rating, important for the industry to celebrate halal excellence and bring halal to the next level. In conclusion, The halal industry has strong growth fundamentals few industries can afford to ignore. However, to successfully extend halal principles throughout the supply chain and value chain, we must work together. HSC Alliance is building an international halal network, a supply chain network, a collective action for good, and we are inviting you to join this movement. Thank you very much. I wish you a successful business forum. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Marco, for being here with us and telling all the history and all the journey about the market of halal here all over the world. So we are very pleased to receive you here again. Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Thank you.
E nós continuamos aqui.
We will continue now to a very special moment, which is the signing of the agreement between Global Halal Academy and the International Halal Academy. So I would like to invite onto stage Sultan Al-Hanabi and Dr. Ali Sogmi, the president of the International Halal Academy and vice president of Fambras Halal Certificadora. Let's give them a hand.
Muito obrigada.
Thank you very much to all the sign-in, to all the members who signed this agreement. Thank you to Monica Samia, representing Roberto Lucena. Thank you very much for being here with us. So we're going to talk a little bit more about our global halal food market that has already moved $1.43 trillion in 2023, and it can reach $1.93 trillion until 2028. So an estimated growth of 35%. And amongst the factors that lead to this advance are functional foods and innovative ingredients. Precision agriculture is also present with its sensors and drones and data analysis, the use of artificial intelligence, and the intelligent packaging with information in real time. So to go deeper into this discussion, we're going to receive the following authorities. So please come up on stage. Mr. Flávio Regi from Eco Halal Brazil. Let's give him a hand. Good morning. We also have Celso Moretti, Vice President of CGA, Consultant Group on International Agricultural Research, and the president of Embrapa, that is our research institute that will also participate online. Celso, are you with us? And Mr. Fernando Henrique Albuquerque from Embrapa, Caprinos e Ovinos. Let's give him a hand as well. And in this panel, we are also going to have Mr. Fernando Sampaio, Director of Sustainability from ABEC, Brazilian Association of Exporting Protein Markets, and he's also going to participate online. So to conduct this panel, I would like to invite onto stage Mr. Ali Hussein Zorbi, Vice President of FAMBRAS, Halal Certificadora. Let's give him a hand. Mr. Ali, over to you now. Have an excellent panel. So allow me to use the Islamic greeting. May the blessings of God be on everyone. Salam alaikum wa rahmatullahi barakatuh. It is a great honor to participate in this panel, the first panel of this wonderful event, where we will talk about a topic that is crucial in this moment that we are living. So a lot has been said about this topic, sustainability, and the need, the urgent and imminent need for us to provoke synergy between traceability and the fundamental issues of the Islamic tradition. So I separated a text for this opening. So we are going to start our panel very soon. In the last few years, the halal market is not only a religious segment, it has become one of the most dynamic engines of the global food segment. 2023, the value of the market achieved about $1.43 trillion, and the projections indicate that it could get to $1.94 trillion. The growth of 35%, as has already been mentioned. This advance is not only quantitative, it reflects qualitative transformation as well, given by innovation, technology, and a new profile of consumers that are more aware, more demanding, young, and connected. Today, the challenges and opportunities are in how to bring together tradition and technology. Technology is present in each phase of the halal system. Chain, the smart packaging allows the consumers to have real-time information about the origin, validity, and even the environmental impact of the product that they are consuming. So total traceability. So we are facing a new era of halal and sustainability and innovation move together, strengthening not only competitiveness of the companies, the certifying companies, but also the ethical values and social responsibility that define the halal concept. Our panel today is going to discuss exactly this, how technology can potentialize trust, traceability and sustainability in the halal global chain. I am sure that the ideas and experiences that will be shared will inspire new pathways and partnerships for the future. Thank you all for joining us, and it is a pleasure to start our panel introducing Mr. Flavio Regi, the Executive Director of EcoHalal in Brazil. Flavio, to start our panel, and because of time, I've separated a few questions, and this will basically be your presentation. So the first question is, nowadays we talk a lot about the transition of this certification to from paper, to the digital ecosystem in the halal system. So with artificial intelligence and blockchain, how can they transform the way we understand transparency and compliance in the halal global chain? Good morning. Just introducing myself. My name is Flavio. I represent EcoHalal, a technology company. It is focused in the halal segment, where through technology we provide, and we have enough warranties with the evidence, using technology to provide transparency in the halal world. So we went through the first phase. The halal certification today is 100% digital, so the certification of production in the frozen industry, working strongly in the animal protein, in bovine and white meat, and we can also do 100% digital certification. The certification comes up with a specific code, a QR code that can be read, and it gives you transparency about what happens. We had to adopt some technology, and the technology that we adopted was the blockchain. So this was born in crypto coins, and today it is mature enough to be applied in other business. So after we did a study, we noticed that this technology could also give us the transparency that was necessary, bringing in what we needed. And now in the project, this is the 4.0 industry, and there are cameras, and we have algorithms that manage the operation in the frozen industry. So bringing transparency to the project. So in the case of poultry, it is 100% photographed, and the algorithms were trained to look at quality as well as the transparency, then the whole ecosystem. And in the bovine industry, there are cameras that were trained, and they work inside the industry to bring this transparency. So now we have the evolution of the project, which is the guarantee of origin, so where the protein was produced. So we're talking about rural properties, and we go into USG, and this is based in existing protocols in the market. So we are able to program the algorithms, and the socio-environmental compliance is checked in the origin, and bringing this in a QR code to the end consumer where you can read the QR code, and you have the whole history of that product that was produced in the industry and certified by the certificating industry. So technology is helping us. Great. Just one more question. EcoHalal represents a new generation of companies that go beyond religious compliance, collecting halal to sustainability, innovation. So how do you see the future of the halal ecosystem over the next few years? And can halal become a new global standard of quality and transparency, going beyond the religious borders? Please. So we notice in the work that we've been doing that we have a new generation. So before this, our generation, there was the attribute of quality, which is what we looked at in the supermarket shelves. And now there is a new generation that has an ethical attribute. And there is a great load with this. So besides the quality of the product, there's also the ethics of the brands. So we believe, because of this new generation, because it is more connected, the technology that is going to allow it to have this safety in the brand or in the product they're buying. So using this as an example, today we have an Uber and we look at how many stars the Uber driver has. So this is a new generation. This is what technology is providing this generation at the technological level. So we're not going to get away from that. It's a trend. It's already happening. And technology allows us to do this in large scale. So through connectors, connections with the cold store industry and chambers and several devices in terms of the production as well as in terms of logistics, we're able to provide all of this transparency in large volumes. So I see that this new generation is going to use a lot of technology to provide trust in the halal certification. Great, Flávio. So now I'm going to call Celso Moretti, who is from, thank you very much, and I would like him to explain how biotechnology, how can the halal products and solutions guarantee compliance with the halal standards and also address the demand for functional foods. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Initially, I would like to greet the Arab-Brazilian Chamber of Commerce, FAMBRAS, Halal, for the organization of this Global Halal Brazil Business Forum. It is great to participate. Unfortunately, I could not be there. I just came back from the United States 2.5 hours ago. I still have jet lag, but I wanted to be present here with you. So biotechnology can contribute in several ways with the production of ingredients and additives, halal ingredients and additives. This could be from cultivated cells, products developed with the microbians, and also using enzymes. So today we have proteins that can be cultivated, so we can see this a lot in what we call, this is like, it's protein meat, that's what we call it in Brazil. And there's also select bacteria that you can use to have controlled fermentation to produce whatever you want to produce, microbial enzymes as well, amongst others. So with this technology, it is possible to have functional ingredients without, this allows the food to be accepted by the halal protocols. And this has been evolving. This is cultures and other products that have been authorized to be used, and also religious reports that already exist for this kind of production. So this is with halal certification and biotechnological advances, also religious advances. This is for cultivated protein in some Islamic organs. So this was recently published in the Good Food Institute that is worth reading, an article. So we have two critical points here. For cultivated protein, it is necessary. There are several companies that work with halal certification, and the composition of where these microorganisms develop, where these cells develop, and the processes that are used, and this has to be done by religious authorities. And as I said, some organs have already talked about this. There's another article in the Green Cream magazine that talks about that. There are also alternatives for fermentation using microbial proteins, vegetable enzymes that usually face less halal barriers if the strains and substrates are compatible. So it is a subject that is not that interesting for everybody there in the Global Halal Brazil 2025, talking about biotechnology and proteins and bacteria and strains. But this is advancing, and it could be an excellent alternative for these foods, and not only for these foods, but also to make it easier to certify these halal products using biotechnology in the production. So a second question is how the international research in agriculture sees the potential for the precision agricultural technologies. So we're talking about remote sensors, amongst others. And we're seeing the agricultural products in Muslim countries so that we have a greater number of products that are sustainable? That's an excellent question. I think when I made my presentation on the 1st of October, I took over this challenge, which is to preside the board of AIR. We call it CG, and it's almost like an Embrapa from the world. So the journalists, Tupiva, the communicators are very good, and they use a small term to define longer history. So it's like Embrapa from the world. It is a multilateral organ, and there are 15. It acts in more than 50 countries, 9,000 employees, a budget of $1 million, and I have another 10 colleagues who are a member of the board. I used to be a member of the board, and I was unanimously voted to take on this challenge. I have no doubt that together with Embrapa here in Brazil, where I worked for 30 years, and I was the president from 2019 to 2023, we can use the sustainable agricultural assumptions and precision agriculture to move forward in this halal concept. As you said, there are agricultural practices in precision agriculture, sensors, satellite images, remote sensors, drones, and sustainable production, integration with the forest and the fields. This is proposed as a way of adding value to the halal chain because it increases traceability, they reduce the risk of contamination, and they help to address the principles, I don't know if I'm going to pronounce it properly, Halal Tayyiban, which is legal and healthy foods. And the studies and recent frameworks, they recommend the integration of the Internet of Things, IoT, and blockchain, and also the best practices. to be able to reinforce sustainability and trust. We talk a lot about blockchain, but there's a new technology that is coming in to do the tracing, which is tokenization. So it's the use of electronic tokens. Just so you know, Visa, a credit card company, does 25,000 operations per second. And with tokenization, it's going to be 100,000 per second. So we have worked with that. It is a partnership with a Danish company, and we can talk more about this in the future. But anyway, there are practical implications for you to use field sensors and digital sensors so you can look at the origin and the conditions in terms of pesticides, so sensors that make it easier to do a halal audit and looking at ESG principles as well. So the digital sensors, IoT, all of this helps in the halal audits. And the challenge, so the fragmentation of these certifiers that exist, so you don't have standards, uniform standards. So we have to look at technical solutions. They are available, but they demand institutional coordination and investment in data governance. So technology is there. It is possible to have a better production of food and trying to get more traceability using precision agriculture, but we need to have greater coordination of all these certifiers so that there will be investment in data governance so that this will be used better by the sector in Brazil. Great, Dr. Celso. Congratulations on becoming the president of such an important organ and so vital for modern development and what we talk about in halal. So over here, we mentioned the idea and the concept of bringing together a collective effort between the academic structures and the institutions. So this is definitely something we have to do. So we have Dr. Fernando Henrique Albuquerque, who is a researcher from Embrapa. So Dr. Fernando, I separated two questions here. And Embrapa is definitely one of the great global icons in the development, and obviously, we have the approximation with halal. This is vital. First of all, in terms of the quantitative dimension that we're talking about, and also the qualitative example that halal can have in the world. So the questions are the following. So the Embrapa research is very important. What are the functional and products that are innovative, that are being developed by Brazilian research and that have a great potential to be adapted and certified as halal, adding value to our exports. So could you also talk about the work with caprines? So good morning. I'm very happy to be at the event. Thank you for the invitation. On behalf of Dr. Muhammad Al-Zogbi, Dr. Mohamed Duzab, and also the panel, on behalf of Dr. Celso Moretti, participating together. It's a pleasure. So we notice that when we talk about food, we can talk about antioxidants, omega-3, and specifically, we're going to talk about conjugated acid that is present in meat and in ovine meat. This is important. And also omega-3. So this is in the case of omega and antioxidants that are present in fruit and seeds and nuts, and also the probiotics that are present in the milk products like fermented milk and also yogurt. All of this can be certified by the halal market. Now, in terms of CLA, this is work specifically in terms of Embrapa in the northeast of Brazil, in Ceará, and we have sheep meat and caprine meat as well. So this is basically the foods coming from these animals. And adding to this question, when you talk about this kind of meat, this is a relationship between the halal market demands and the production of the caprine and ovine market. This is in the northeast of Brazil as well as the south of Brazil. These are the two big poles of production. So inside the Embrapa units, we've had organizations together with the technologies to be able to talk about the advance of this market. Dr. Fernando, I have another question for you, and how research in precision agriculture can be specifically adapted and elevating the ethical standards that are demanded by the halal production. Excellent question, and this is inside the work that we've been doing, not only in caprine and ovine markets. I'm going to talk about the work that we've been doing where we have actions talking about the forest and the farming, and this is together with well-being of the animals. Associated to that, we have work with diets, mitigating greenhouse gas emission, and also the how these animals are treated. And we also have the diets that go beyond mitigation, that go beyond the mitigation of the emission of greenhouse gases. With regard to traceability, the Embrapa institutes in Brazil, we can talk about bovine meat and what has been done in terms of technology, and it is a group of companies that do the certification based on the context of traceability associated to BPAs, the best agricultural practices. So these points, they make it easier to make the traceability. I'd also like to highlight the genetic improvement of these animals. We have institutes that work with caprine, bovine, and the selection of animals that becomes more efficient in terms of the food that they receive, the diets that they receive, for the production of food, but with less carbon emission. So we have a potential of animals that have this capacity. Thank you. Now we have the Director of Sustainability from ABIEC. We have not received questions, so I'm going to allow you to explain on behalf of this association the points that are essential in terms of synergy with Halal. So I'm going to allow you, we only have, allow you to say what you would like, and I would like to ask you to be brief. We don't have a lot of time, so please feel free. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the invitation to be here with you. My name is Fernando Sampaio. I am the Director of Sustainability at ABIEC, which is the Brazilian Association of the Bovine Meat Exporting Industries. The Islamic market for us is extremely relevant. Not only this year, it's almost $1.5 billion exported to the different countries of the Islamic world. And so I'd like to talk about the challenges with regard to sustainability here in Brazil. and one is associated to productivity. So Brazil has been advancing a lot in terms of production. We have been producing more meat, and we have been reducing the amount of space taken up by livestock, and the market helps us to bring greater efficiency to this production. But we still have a huge gap in terms of many producers at the basis of the pyramid that need investment to be able to improve the productivity, the technology, and so there's still a huge opportunity for us to increase production. And, livestock is really very present with small and mid-sized producers, and they need technical assistance and investment to be able to advance. Another challenge that we have, and Flávio talked about traceability, and the fact is that we have traceability that has to do with sanitary control of the animals, and that's why we can export to more than 150 markets in the world. And since 2009, we've had controls as well to be able to have an analysis of compliance and ESG in the buying of the animals. But it's important for our clients to understand this, and they have to understand which companies are actually implementing these controls. And then I'd also like to say the world has This is definitely something that helps to guarantee safety, food safety for many of these countries that have limitations in production. And we also have a climatic crisis we're going through. So I would say that the climatic crisis is definitely one of the great challenges we are facing, and the role of the Islamic world, the ecosystem, which is what Dr. Marco Tiemann was saying in the beginning of this panel. Attracting the financing from the Islamic world to support agriculture in Brazil, and knowing that this investment helps to improve production, reduce emissions and environmental impacts, and guarantee the supply of food in a sustainable manner to the Islamic world. So it is a cycle in the sense that you have investment coming in, and at the same time, you're going to have food that is going to be delivered, and it reduces the environmental impact. So Brazil has a low carbon emission agriculture. It has a forest code that makes our producers also people who make conservation. And finally, I would like to talk about two opportunities that are happening here, also because of COP. First is forest facility. This is a mechanism of investment that is being proposed by Brazil for the protection of tropical forests, and there are opportunities for countries and also for private investors. The mechanism is going to work inside the World Bank, but the idea is for you to have investment in this facility. This is going to help people who are taking care of forests in tropical countries. And the second opportunity I wanted to talk about is a program called Caminho Verde Brasil, which is proposed by the Ministry of Agriculture. Brazil today has 160 million hectares of livestock area, pasture areas, and part of this is in some degree of degradation. So there's going to be a recovery of 40 million hectares of degraded pasture land. This will become regenerative agriculture and livestock, and this will help to reduce emissions. So this is an investment program that is also open to private investors. And then you get areas that have low productivity today, and you will be able to transform this into better agriculture and also recovery of the pasture areas that will provide better production and more efficient production as well. So it's two mechanisms that Brazil is developing. We're taking that to COP30. We're trying to get support from investors and from other countries so that they can also help us. And it's part of this package of bringing investment to be able to guarantee that Brazil will have an agriculture and livestock segment that is more sustainable and also guaranteeing food safety in the global market. Thank you very much. Thank you, Fábio. So we have finished our first panel. I'd like to thank Flávio. I'd like to thank Dr. Celso Moretti, Dr. Fernando, Fábio Pimentel. This first panel showed us that Halal from the future is already being built. So it is born from the combination of science, ethics, and purpose. And when technology brings transparency, innovation, and respects environmental issues, the result is more than a certified product. It is a commitment with global confidence. I hope this panel will continue to inspire tradition, modernity, faith, and innovation so that halal will continue to be a synonym not only of compliance, but also of excellence and mainly humanity. Thank you very much, everyone. And I would like to provide peace to everyone. Salam alaikum. Thank you very much to our participants. Thank you, Celso Moretti, Fernando Sampaio, dear colleagues and friends, talking about our agriculture that is so proeminent for the halal market. And I would like you to receive our gift from Susana Schofi from the Arab Brazilian Chamber of Commerce and Fambras Halal. So please receive our gift, and we welcome you once again. I would also like to greet Dr. Luiz Carlos from Anapu, from Xingu Amazônico, and Susana. Thank you very much for coming to our event. Let's give them a hand. And about COP30, that has already been mentioned, a few days between 10th and 21st of November. This great meeting with 200 countries and the main convergence point in terms of facing the climatic conditions, and Brazil will have a highlighted position there. We are now going to have a 20-minute coffee break, and we'll be back. See you soon.
Quando duas forças como Marfrig e BRF se unem, nasce uma das maiores empresas de alimentos do mundo, MPRF Global Foods Company. A prova de que 1 mais 1 é muito mais do que 2. São 100 anos de história, construindo marcas icônicas, presentes em 120 países. São 130 mil colaboradores. São mais de 425 mil clientes e mais de 8 milhões de toneladas de alimentos produzidas por ano, com 100% de compromisso com o planeta e com as comunidades. São 152 bilhões de reais de faturamento por ano e mais de 5 bilhões de reais investidos em eficiência, tecnologia e inovação. MPRF Global Foods Company, trabalhando no presente para alimentar o futuro.
Brazilian Chamber of Commerce was founded to connect people in Brazil and the Arab countries and promote economic, social, and cultural development between regions. Headquartered in Sao Paulo with strategic branches in Itajaí, Brasilia Dubai, and Cairo. We are the gateway to expanding and internationalizing your business. With exclusive benefits such as networking, matchmaking, customized consulting, business missions, and technological solutions like the innovative Elos blockchain platform. We support our members to generate business opportunities and expand their commercial frontiers. Arab Brazilian Chamber of Commerce. Opening doors, connecting worlds.
From the sacred scriptures of the Quran emerged a concept that has transcended centuries and today guides the lives of approximately 2 billion people worldwide. Halal, an Arabic word meaning permissible or lawful. These are products and services recognized by the Islamic community and valued by consumers who prioritize animal welfare, fairness in relationships, and sustainability throughout the production chain. Halal consumption is built upon an unshakable principle: trust. For over 4 decades, Fambras Halal has been building this trust in Brazil and throughout Latin America. We are a global reference in halal certification, supervision, and auditing. Operating with excellence, we adhere to technical standards and the principles of Islamic jurisprudence, ensuring quality, safe food, and transparency at every stage of the process. Responsible for the development and implementation of the halal system in Brazil, Fambras Halal holds the largest number of international accreditations in Latin America. We validate products recognized in over 160 countries, creating opportunities, establishing Brazil as the world's largest exporter of halal protein. Halal certification is the passport to the Islamic market. To achieve this, we assemble multidisciplinary teams of highly qualified technicians, auditors, and religious experts. We act as a pillar of positive social impact, development, and building a social legacy. Beyond certifying excellence, we affirm our commitment to integrity, trust, and the future. Fambras Halal, from Latin America to the world.
Good morning once again. After our delicious coffee break, we will continue our third edition of Global Halal Brazil Business Forum. Welcome once again, everybody. It's a pleasure to receive so many authorities and important leaders that project what the halal market is and what we have and intend to achieve in the future with the diplomatic, economic, and also in the private sector all together here. So now, highlighting Grupo Bandeirantes de Comunicação, one of the most respected in the country. There's dynamic journalism committed to truth that became a reference, especially in international coverage, such as the recent conflict in Lebanon. But over the years, the group has maintained respect and ties with the Brazilian community, strengthening cultural aspects and valuing the Brazilian agriculture in the connection with the Islamic world. So we would like to invite you to show the institutional video of the Bandeirantes Comunicação segment.
Latin America, 80 years on air. Our mission is to provide top quality information, entertainment, and sports for Brazil and the world. How do we do it? With inspiration, work, and commitment. Starting with our radio stations. With more than 120 million listeners, we are Brazil's biggest radio network, and our stations can be heard in different platforms. Musical stations with 100% musical programming for different tastes. News-only stations. Radio stations that offer both music and service announcements. All these have the commitment to deliver the best programming to our listeners. Our pay TV stations broadcast both nationally and internationally. They are segmented and today reach more than 10 million subscribers in Brazil alone. Band News, 24-hour news broadcast, because news never stops. Band Sports, sports are a passion. Arte quality content for art lovers. Terra Viva and Agro, more channels dedicated to the agribusiness. Sabor e Arte, culinary content for lovers of good gastronomy. Canal New Brazil. Our digital platforms integrate our media and go beyond in order to reach specific demands of our readers, viewers, and listeners. For content distribution, our stock labels produce and manage images and titles in the Americas, Africa, and Europe, besides soundtracks and sound branding for audiovisual production. And important international partnerships have been created for the purpose of production and the exchange of information, such as the China Media Group, TV BRICS, Annex, European Communication Conglomerate, NHK, which operates from our offices, Aliança Latin America News Agency. And now, let's talk about our free TV channel, Bungie. Based on our national broadcast scope of over 65 million homes in a network of privately owned and affiliate stations, we guarantee countrywide reach. With attractions that cater to all age groups, our network is a reference in sports programming both on tracks, courts, octagons, or fields. Our journalism departments produce reliable information based on the Bandeirantes Group power, agility, and responsibility both in the broadcasting of news and the analysis of relevant society issues. In entertainment, concerts, reality shows, fiction, major events, all produced to entertain and to thrill viewers. This is Grupo Bandeirantes, inspiration for communication.
Convidamos agora o senhor Johnny Saad.
And now we invite Johnny Saad, the president of the Grupo Brasileiro de Comunicação Bandeirantes, for his words. Let's give him a hand. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Dr. Mohammed Hussein, President of FAMBRAS, Halal Certificadora. I am Mr. William Ajib Jr., President of the Arab Brazilian Chamber of Commerce. Thank you. Ambassador Ibrahim Alzevin Decano from the Board of Arab Counselors, and on his behalf, I would like to greet all of the ambassadors and authorities and guests here. Ladies and gentlemen, please receive this honor. I'm very grateful, and I have lots of humbleness, and it's an honor to participate in the Global Halal Business Forum 2025. This is the third edition, stating how Brazil is high in the ethical and innovative agenda. The halal global market has more than $7 trillion and should achieve $10.8 trillion until 2028. And in this context, Brazil is a great leader in terms of halal protein exports with $5.7 billion and 1.7 billion jobs. So this is supported by three pillars: commercial relations, according to Islamic countries, production excellence that has been recognized, and institutional credibility that is unquestioned. We know the dimension of this market, the excellent Brazilian production, and also the very strict demands in terms of inspection. And that's why the work of FAMBRAS deserves merit, and its partners who provide seriousness and trust. I would like to congratulate everyone for the vision and long-term commitment. And I would like to state that my conviction that the reduction of inequality, the generation of wealth, and the understanding between people will go through the cooperation integration of leadership countries and seeking respect and mutual knowledge between cultures. And this is where the central theme comes in for me: communication. There's a lot of work to be done building correct narratives about the Arab world, about our Arab world. We follow this reality closely. We follow the huge economic potential, technological and cultural potential of the region. The governments, the companies, the universities, the talents, recognized increasingly in the global scenario. However, there is still a lack of knowledge and visibility about all this, including over here in Brazil, a country where you have about 12 million Arabs and their descendants, fully integrated with our society. And even amongst them, very few know that we are the biggest exporter of halal protein. And in this important international forum, what I have said in other opportunities as well, the Arab world communicates very little about its conquests, innovations, its humanistic values, and its good practices. So maybe this is a cultural trait. Maybe we have to fight against our way of not saying good things about ourselves. In the Grupo Bandeirantes de Comunicação, I know we have made an effort. With credibility and perseverance, we've tried to show the reality of the region. In 2022, we signed with Emirates news agencies, and we showed in Brazil, without any support, the Arab League championship. And we would like to have partnerships with other Arab countries as well. In the Global Halal Business Forum, with so many expressive personalities, I would like to reinforce this is the moment to invest in communication content, in imaging, for Brazil to know more and to improve this technological, economic, and cultural development of the Arab world. I can clearly see a future full of mutual opportunities between Brazil and the Arab countries. As the President Geraldo Alckmin said, notice that surname in his message of the forum, we have common interests to develop and values that are shared to be consolidated. Once again, thank you to the Arab-Brazilian Chamber of Commerce, FAMBRAS, Halal, the partners, institutional partners, and all those present who are making this dialogue platform and global transformation as well. And especially I would like to thank you for the honor that I received today on my behalf, on my family behalf, on my brother Ricardo, who is with me here today, and that I will keep with great honor and emotion. I hope this meeting will continue to inspire new partnerships, new investments, new narratives with ethics, prosperity, and understanding between people. Thank you very much. Shukran. Thank you once again, Johnny Saji, for his words. Please remain on stage to receive our special gift from the Arab-Brazilian Chamber of Commerce. And the center of the stage, please. We are going to give him a gift by our Silvia Anchivas, the Vice President of Marketing from the Arab Chamber, and Mr. Ali Hussein, the President of Sombras, Certificadora. And let's give them a hand.
Muito obrigada. Então agora
Thank you very much. And now we are going to launch the book, Brazil in the Arab World, Marketing, Economic Diplomacy from Rubens Hanon. This book highlights the important commercial partnership between Brazil and the Arab world with a clear analysis about the business potential between the countries. So let us receive on stage Rubens Hanon, our dear author, to say a few words. And we're going to call Mr. Alizen Laboy, the President of FAMBRAS, and Ms. Alessandra Vidra, with advanced research. They were the supporters of this book. Let's have them all on stage. And our dear author, Rubens Hanon, is going to say a few words. Good morning.
Bom dia a todas e a todos.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for coming. And I would like to thank the moment. I would like to thank the Arab-Brazilian Chamber of Commerce that has this initiative together with FUNBRAS, and the Chamber and FUNBRAS. I would like to thank you for the support to write this book, much more than the support for this book. These three entities, they educated me in terms of the Arab world. I learned about this in the chamber, and I discovered this world. FUNBRAS gave me the opportunity to learn a little more about the Islamic world and a lot about halal, and H2R giving me the possibilities to have these opportunities and to know the Arab world and traveling, and giving me the methodological structure to understand the market and being able to conclude things about the market. So I have to thank all three of them very deeply. And this book, just to show that it has a clear objective of increasing the understanding of this relationship between Brazil and the Arab world, and it is an extremely successful one with bigger potential. And specifically at this moment when we face commercial problems with several countries, and the Arab world is definitely an opportunity that is extremely important, and also congratulating Johnny. And this Arab community is a strength that we have, and it can definitely increase all of this. And finally, I would like to thank, well, the book has this objective, and there's the objective of, it's not a book about memories. It just brings a lot of the experience, 30 years of the experience, and it brings cases to talk about the best commercial practices. It's a story. It's more of a story, not cases. And I'd like to thank Mr. Hanafi from the Union of Arab Chambers that gave me all the support, and we had an important partnership to combat the challenges we had. And he gave me the honor of, together with Michel Temer, who wrote the preface, Mr. Hanafi wrote the preface in Arab for this book. So thank you very much, and I would now like to give the book that he did not receive, although he wrote. I'm going to give Mr. Hanafi a book, and on behalf of Mr. Hanafi, I'd like to thank all of the ambassadors and all the partners, the Arab and Brazilian partners. Thank you once again for everybody's participation. Thank you, Rubens. Thank you to our supporters. And please take your seats. This book that I had the opportunity to read and to be at the launch, and it brings cases and the complete story of more than 30 years in this relationship of Brazil with the Arab world.
Official photo. Thank you. Obrigada, então, mais uma vez. Obrigada, apoiadores.
Thank you once again. Thank you to the supporters. Thank you, Rubens, for being part of this special moment here, our third Global Halal Brazil Business Forum. And now we're going to have another panel, and we're going to talk about the well-being of animals and environmental preservation, the impact of the halal products and alignment with the sustainability objectives. So we have Sheila Guevara, Director of Sustainability from Seara Alimentos. Also, Paulo Pianesso, Global Director of Sustainability and Corporate Subjects from the MDRF company. Mr. Isao Ovut from the Secretary General of the SMIC. Mr. Mohamed Al-Dafiri, Executive Vice President of Regulatory Issues from the Saudi Halal Center, a reference in the promotion of international halal certification. And to mediate this panel, please receive Mr. Guilherme Soria Bastos Filho, Coordinator of the Center of Studies of Agribusiness from FGV. Welcome. Guilherme, over to you. Welcome. Have a great day. And the microphone is over there. For Dr. Guilherme, please. Can we have a microphone? Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Thank you. Thank you to the Chamber. Thank you for the invitation about this important topic. So we're going to talk to our panel members here. In this year of COP30, we have the beginning of this conference where Brazil will host this event in the center of the Amazon forest. And the topic that we're going to talk about here is exactly how we move between the standards and metrics that are necessary for this halal market. So how can we add to the sustainability and to the social issues that are very important? So let us begin. We have a very tight schedule. So we were supposed to ask 2 questions, but since we're running late, I'm going to ask only 1 question to each panel member. Is that all right? And then we'll have time to do some closing. So the topic, which is halal production, talking about environmental preservation and well-being of the animals, the ESGs and the community and social impact of the halal business, and the alignment with the climatic objectives. So let us begin with Sheila Guevara, which is the Director of Sustainability of Seara Alimentos. So Sheila, I'm going to start with this topic for about COP30 and how they have talked about food in the center of this climatic debate. So how does the food sector, how does it position itself about this topic? And let us think about JBS Seara. So how has the group looked at this topic specifically? Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Guilherme. Thank you to the panel members. It's a pleasure to be here with you. And we were talking outside and talking about the negotiation of the climate. This is the 7th climate conference that I participate in. And it's very interesting to see this topic as a central topic about climate, which is food, because climate, the discussion of the climate, the discussion of food safety and how we're going to feed this growing population. We understand COP30 as a great opportunity for Brazil and for the company as well, showing what is already happening. So in terms of action and implementation, and bringing to practice what has been applied all over Brazil. So we have regenerative agricultural products, also technology for the reduction of emissions. In Ceará, we have been advancing monitoring of our chain of seeds and also the application of low carbon emission technologies in the farm. 70% of those, the ones we have, are integrated with solar panels and biodigesters. So there is a whole world of action happening in the field. It is real, and it is practice, and it's sustainability and practice connected to business, generating efficiency. So, I can spend hours, and Guilherme, we talked about this, but that's it. There's sustainability in practice, and that's what we have to show in COP30. Thank you, Sheila. It's definitely a great work. It is slow, and every year it is one step forward, right? One step that we advance on this topic. So let's move over to Paulo now. So Paulo, as a global director of sustainability and corporate affairs from MBRF, in your view, what is the social and community impact of the halal business, and how has the group worked in the alignment with these climatic objectives and also global sustainability? Thank you, Guilherme. I would like to greet my panel members, and good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you very much for the invitation. So, the company already has a long history with the halal world. It's more than 5 decades. Sadia comes in addressing these markets. They started in the 70s, and Marfrig as well, when we brought together Marfrig with BRF. That's why we get MBRF. So that's also a long story, and in the main segments. And today we have a division that is entirely dedicated to the halal segment in the company. So it is in the Middle East. So we have invested a lot with factories in the region, and definitely this is one of the main markets, vertical business that is extremely important. And I would say, that when we talk about a production of this size, and when we bring the halal concept, and when we compare this with sustainability, or when we make this connection, things connect very well, seamlessly. So we can talk about integration and ethics. We're talking about the distribution of value and what is being produced, and produced in the best way possible. So generating profit and generating good conditions for people to live in the best way possible. And we believe that it's absolutely possible, and the company has shown this, to conciliate production with conservation and social responsibility. So it is possible. Brazil has this potential, and when we bring this to the halal world, it becomes even more evident. Now, bringing this over to the real world, just so you have an idea, together with the integrated people who work on production that goes to the halal market, the company has invested strongly in the aspect of generation of value, taking innovation and technology to generate a production with less social and environmental impact. So when we talk about the bovine chain, ever since 2021, the company has been working strongly, especially with small producers of bovine protein from animals, and they will be animals for halal very soon. There are more than 5,000 farms that were reintegrated. So adequate support was given to them so that they would be able to produce according to the company criteria. What criteria are we talking about? So being inside a production that has no deforestation, there's no slavery, no slaves working, and it's not using any indigenous community land or any other community that lives in the land, and it's not a production inside a conservation area, and also making this production gain greater productivity. So as soon as we provide support for these producers, they can produce in this way. So it is an inclusion policy. Plus the support that is given to the communities where we're very close, and also the population that is involved directly in this production. So definitely when we talk about sustainable production, it has absolutely everything to do with a halal production. And on the other end, as Sheila said, as Guilherme also said, we are very close to the 30th climate meeting, which is going to be in Milan. It starts on the 10th. And in a few weeks, and we have a huge challenge, how to conciliate the food systems, how to conciliate production. So it's a low emission production. So the world demands this, and this is absolutely fundamental, and this is also possible. So when we talk about the production of bovine meat and poultry meat, Brazil has the potential to make this production have a green asset, an environmental asset that very few countries in the globe are able to do, and also produced according to all of the different systems that are asserted by the halal production. So this low emission production is possible. And basically, we're talking about four sides to this. So these are productions that conciliate integration of poultry or bovine with agriculture, for example, the correct management of pasture that captures carbon as well, the genetic improvement so that the animals are ready in less time to go to the industry, and also in the use of technology and food supplementation of these animals as well. All of this makes, as we preserve the environment and as we bring this kind of technology, we come to the limit of neutralizing these emissions. So it's possible to have food systems today that are connected with the halal production, and effectively they have low carbon emission. Paulo, thank you very much. And I think this shows a huge challenge of the integration of the producers. So we were talking about this, and I wanted to go back to this aspect because all of these demands in terms of certification, in terms of commercial standards, we know that we raise the bar. The large companies are able to address this, but the small and medium-sized companies, they don't have the adequate digestion to be able to do this. So if the companies promote this insertion, it is fundamental for the agenda to continue with the social aspects in mind. So let us move to Mr. Itzenovud. Did I pronounce that right? And I think there's an important point about SMIC, about the association that deals with metrics. And we know that in this market, we really need to have not only the standards, but the checking of these standards. So how can SMIC guarantee that the halal standards are going beyond religious aspects, and they should also go into the environmental issues and the global strategies of reduction of carbon emissions and global heating? Do you have an example of how the standards of SMIC force or at least induce producers to be more sustainable?
Also, good afternoon to all of you. There's a vital question that addressed the essence of what halal truly means today. For CIMIC, halal always been inseparable from tayyib, which means pure, wholesome, and good. In the 21st century, tayyib must include ethics, sustainability, and environmental care. A product isn't truly tayyib if it is not production. If its production harms the planet or abuses animals. Our strategy is to integrate these principles directly into the technical backbone of our standards, ensuring they are not just optional guidelines, but mandatory requirements for certifications. The core principle is to align our OIC halal standards with internationally recognized standards for quality, environment, and food safety. Our main standards, the OIC 1 is halal food general requirements. It goes far beyond the slaughter process. It demands strict rules on hygiene, sanitation, and food safety throughout the entire food chain. This already promotes the good resources and resource management and waste control, and which are foundational for sustainability. When we talk about animal welfare, our standards are clear. The animal must be raised in a manner that ensures its well-being is free from abuse and is fed halal and clean feed. This naturally pushes producers toward ethical sourcing and responsible for farming practices which are less destructive to the land. A clear example of how technical standard enforce sustainability is through our specialized standards like OIC 23, feedstuffs and halal animals general requirements, and our standards on halal supply chain management. These two standards are very specific for this issue. Can I get a sample? 23 is the standard, a mandate that feed for halal animals must be clean, safe, and free from any contamination. What is the primarily religious and safety requirements inherently requires traceability and careful sourcing. By requiring quality control and transparency in the feed production process, we indirectly enforce better land management and reduce the use of harmful chemicals, moving the entire supply chain toward more responsible agriculture. For the climate goal alignment, by requiring producers to adhere to the international acceptance, good management practices, GMP, and increasingly linking the certification and environmental management systems like ISO 14001, we ensure halal certified business are actively measuring and working to reduce their carbon footprint and manage their waste ethically. CIMIC's vision is a halal ecosystem that is model for responsible, ethical, and how impact production globally. In short, we are using the technical nature of standardization to transform a religious seal into a global ethical mark for these producers. This is my answer to your question.
Muito obrigado, Mr. Izan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Izan. So actually, it's a set of indicators and requirements and moving over to the company and to be able to address this. And it is not easy, but it is through systems and through a robustness of this food industry. It allows us to incorporate these parameters and place them throughout the chain. This is a point that we're still going to have time to go back to. Mr. Mohammed, Let us now, thank you very much for coming. It's a pleasure to have you here with us. In the case of Saudi Arabia, what is the perspective, taking advantage of the fact that we have the participation of companies present here? How do you see the issue of going beyond the standards of the halal business, and also in the environmental aspect? How are you working with this point and bringing new standards of commerce with the countries that are supplying it?
Good afternoon, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, respected panel members. I like the title of ESG, as we're talking here, like for anyone who doesn't know ESG, it's an environment, social, and governance. So we as a Saudi Halal Center, we're taking the part of the governance as an authority. We encourage to the sustainable development. So we do have our vision, like to build the highest standards in halal assurance with a system that protects spiritual values with a sustainable development. So how we do that, building on many goals, halal ecosystem, it is an ecosystem having many entities contributing to achieve that mission and having the sustainable development. We do have many goals, and in order to do that, we grow the halal ecosystem through innovation, business, ethical business, and continuous improvement. I don't really want to take a long time, but I will just give you a couple of the challenges we found in the halal ecosystem, and they are somehow eventually contributing to the sustainable development. So one of them is building the skills, and that will affect and developing people stronger and more inclusive economies, so that will increase the job opportunities, and that will cover the social part. And the innovation and technology, and this is one of the most important parts, using the digital tools that will cut waste and will help like to cut the carbon footprint. Developing global halal mark, having one unified halal mark, that will be like encouraging to do the work as per the standards, ethically and in environment-friendly manner. And the standards and specifications, since we do have many standards and specifications, trying to harmonize and align these standards in order to have a fair trade. So trying to cover all the sustainable development goals by covering the innovation part from technology, cutting the waste, improving and building the capacity experience for covering the social part, like from farmer, auditors, entrepreneurs, all kind of aspects. And I believe this is like a work should be by all the entities involved in the halal ecosystem. It is from the government, from the production, to have a decent work, great responsibilities, and fair trade at the end. And I hope we achieve that. Thank you.
Muito obrigado, Ahmed.
Thank you very much, Mohammed. And I think there's a point here that is extremely important, which is exactly about digital innovation to be able to bring this view of the business that is coming, and this can actually make this easier, make this trade easier, considering these standards and not only the animal welfare, but also the environmental and social aspects. So we have a few more minutes, and in this final round, I would like to make some comments, some added comments, so that we can close our panel. So, Sheila, I wanted to see with you this challenge of bringing these producers inside the halal business, and how have you advanced with the issue of development, social development and environmental development with these producers? How have you made this integration inside the group, JBS, to be able to address the standards and criteria, social and environmental criteria inside your business? Thank you, Guilherme. Sustainability has to be incorporated on a daily basis of the corporation in our chain. So for 2 years ago, we launched a policy, a global policy of sustainability, established in 5 pillars, from what happens on one edge, how we support the farmers, and how we do sustainable origination of the commodities, and how we work inside our operation, how we support the communities. Here in Brazil, we have more than 100 cities, and it is a huge responsibility to work with the communities and the social aspect. And since we talk about the whole chain, and how do we translate this into practice? So in Ceará, we have a standardization program, talking together with our colleagues, which is SIM. It's an improvement integrated system with several pillars that include the whole operation, the agricultural and livestock area, as well as operation. And we put sustainability in all the different pillars to guarantee sustainable outcomes. So it's a group of indicators. Sustainability is not a topic. It is a combination of performance in several areas. So it's how we work correctly and how we deliver value to people, to the animals, and to the planet. And how this goes to the operator of the plant, to logistics, to agriculture and livestock, to the farm, and how we do this looking in a transversal manner. It's not easy, but it is possible, and we see advances in our performance, and we publish our annual reports, our corporate performance reports, and then we also have a specific report for animal well-being here in Brazil, and I invite you to check them out and give us your feedback. It is a very comprehensive report in terms of details of the indicators, and we show how we're advancing in this area. Thank you very much, Sheila. Paulo? So you mentioned the work that was done with the production chain. So what is the acceptance like? How can people actually register these commitments that you've played, these indicators that you've placed for the development of the chain? How have you done this work, not convincing people, but to show people that they need to adopt these practices, whether they are sanitary, whether they are care with well-being of the animals, the environmental issues? How can you get this information? Guilherme, I would say that we have constantly learned the language of those who are producing. So that's the main aspect, because we have to have in mind that a rural producer, a farmer, is an entrepreneur, and he has to make his business profitable. So the language that we have used when we talk to these farmers, when we talk about these subjects, is how can I help you to make your business profitable? And when we talk about a profitable business, this whole set of practices come in, because I'm saying, how can you integrate your production with a different sort of culture? So this is going to bring greater profitability to your business. You're going to capture more carbon. How can you improve the genetics of your production to get a bigger production? How can you adequately manage your property as well, making it become more sustainable, but at the same time, it's more productive? So in summary, I would say that the secret of engagement is in understanding the needs of this producer and incorporating these sustainable practices, also making them profitable for them. Excellent. I think that's the key to having sustainability in these actions. It's profitability inside the property. Okay, we only have 2 minutes, and I'm going to leave 1 minute for each of you to be able to make your final remarks. Please, Mr. Eason.
Thank you very much. By promoting the issue in the standards, we are talking about harmonized standards. It's very important because there's our big problem in halal sectors is we have a lot of approach and different countries' recognition systems, and each one is barrier on barriers. We promoting, when we say that harmony standards, we should combine the economic and environmental goals. The CIMIC help industries to adapt cleaner and more responsible practices without losing competitiveness. And then we have to look globally as a Muslim community. We are live in the Middle East and other Asia countries. We are lucky, but we have to look on all globe because trade is everywhere. In essence, CIMIC's work demonstrates the quality, faith, and sustainability, and not separate goals, but share responsibility that unites us all. Through the halal standards, we are promote trust, integrity, and inclusiveness the global trade, while it is sustainability driven frameworks guide the member states first of all, and then interested all parties in the world toward a greener and more resilient future. And together, these efforts reflect a single vision to build a world where ethical values and environmental responsibility go hand in hand, and ensuring safety, fairness, and prosperity for all. And then I'm saying, as a CIMIC, we are saying, globe is ours. We have to protect everything in the globe, in the world, everywhere. And we are responsible for everything to protect environment, protect the health of all peoples, and serve hygiene and high quality and halal product to all peoples. Thank you very much.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you. And finally, Mohammed, your final comments with regard to this topic, your perspective, please.
Actually, I would like to take the chance to refer to the Islamic values. Islamic values actually matches today's goals of sustainability, fairness, and transparency. And it's a combination of work between faith and function, not only assuring food assurance, safety, rather than looking at the human growth and sustainable progress in the global economy. And I will end with that. Thank you very much.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone, for being here with us. Thank you, Sheila. Thank you, Paulo. Thank you, Mr. Izam. And thank you, Mr. Mohammed. Thank you for joining us. Thank you once again to our participants. They are going to receive our gift from Dr. Hiaji Yunis, the statutory director of the Arab-Brazilian Chamber of Commerce, and Elaine Carvalho, who is the quality manager of Halal, Fambras Halal Certificadora. So please receive our gift from Fambras Halal and the Arab-Brazilian Chamber of Commerce.
Muito obrigada mais uma.
Thank you very much once again. Let's give them a hand. And now we are going to our next panel, where we're going to talk about female action in the halal, the strengthening of leadership, incentive to entrepreneurship, and the representativeness of women in this sector. So let us receive our next panel members. Dr. Sara Hassabi from the International University of Transport. Let's give her a hand. Mr. Alessandra Friso, Director of H2R Pesquisas and the Arab Brazilian Community Chamber, sorry. Dr. Soha Shabawi, the Technical and Religious Manager of Fumbras Halal. Let's receive her with a hand. Dr. Sullivan Alves, Technical Director of ABPA, the Brazilian Association of Animal Protein, that will also talk about the female leadership in the halal global economy. Let's give her a hand. Pleasure to see you again. And mediation will be made by Silvia Chibas, the Vice President of Marketing of the Chamber, and Cláudia Yazigi from the Arab Brazilian Chamber of Commerce, and also the leadership of AHI, which is the female group of the Chamber. So welcome everyone, and we will continue our panel, and I'm going to give the floor Dr. Sara, please. Please come up on stage.
Okay. Dr. Sara, please come on. We are here waiting for you. Please come on, coming to the stage for the next panel. Dr. Sara Jazar, to start the next panel. We are waiting for you to discuss the leadership of a female group. Please, we are waiting for you. Okay, so we can start. And if Dr. Sara comes, we continue with her. Thank you so much for your patience. So, Cláudia e Silvia, a palavra é com vocês. Sejam bem-vindos.
Over to you. Welcome and good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for waiting, staying and waiting for our panel, as Renata said. I am the president of AHI, and AHI is the Committee of Women of the Arab Brazilian Chamber of Commerce. And the objective of this committee is to bring together the Brazilian and the Arab entrepreneurs. AHI means inspiration. Oh, Sarah's coming. Let me just give her a moment to come up on stage. Welcome, Sarah.
Como eu estava falando, o AHI.
As I was saying, AHI needs inspiration, and it's great to have 4 strong women and conquests that inspire us every day in Brazil. So I'm going to give the floor to Silvia Chibas, the president of the Brazilian Arab Chamber of Commerce. Good afternoon, everyone. We're very happy to participate in this panel and in this global forum. So halal, first of all, because it is an environment that is basically male, and we see several women over here working and being part of commerce and part of people's lives. So halal is a lifestyle, as has already been said several times. They are universal, contemporary values. So it's part of everybody's life and of women especially. So I would like to start talking about the education in terms of technology and in halal with Dr. Sarah Hassan Ghazad, who is the Dean of the Transport and Logistics University. She came directly from Egypt. So let us begin our questions. So as an academy and your university, how is it adapting curriculums and programs to allow females and young people to adapt to logistics challenges in the halal industry, in an industry that is dominated by males?
Thank you so much for your question, and thank you for being with you today in this great forum, especially in this inspiration panel regarding women empowerment in the halal economy. Actually, the halal economy is one of the world's fastest growing economy because it embedded many sectors, food, cosmetics, pharmaceutical, fashion, tourism, and finance, and definitely logistics. And when we talk about the empowering of women in logistics sectors, we need here to highlight two main perspectives: the entrepreneurship and the leadership. When it comes to offering the women entrepreneurs in the field of logistics more empowerment, here we are talking about different business model for women because in the halal business, women have very specialized characteristics to offer the logistics services. Because the logistics services here will be characterized by value-based. The meaning here that they don't just produce or provide services, they build authentic brands that reflect purity, trust, and culture. So they are trying to blend the business with social purpose, promoting healthy lifestyle, ethical sourcing, and environmental care. So this is the first thing we need to highlight. It's kind of not only business perspective for entrepreneurs in the logistics sector, but it's also about the authenticity of the business. Adding to this, the new business era where we have digital transformation. So in this case, we are talking about the e-commerce and the online halal certification. So it's also open for the women the opportunity for the global halal market to connect with buyers all over the world logistically. This is from one point of view. Another perspective is related to the leadership, because actually beyond the entrepreneurship in the halal industry, we're also fostering women leaders in business, regulations, education, and innovation. Here we are opening the door for women in technical and strategic roles. We have now women in this field that are shaping research, standards, and the trade logistics in halal market. Having women in this logistics sector of halal business proves that women are not just beneficiaries of empowerment, they are also drive the transformation in the logistics sector, particularly when we are talking about the halal economy. As expert in the field of logistics and Dean of College of International Transport and Logistics in the Arab region, I can tell that the logistics field has long been viewed as a male-dominated and a highly technical sector. But now we can witness that we have young women who managing projects and managing supply chains and representing their institutions internationally. Actually, that shaped my vision towards universities. Universities, not just a center of learning, but also incubator for leadership and entrepreneurs, especially for women. That's why we had initiative in collaboration with International Halal Academy here in Brazil to embed some of the new concepts about halal and its procedures and its practice in our courses and our programs in the College of International Transport and Logistics. And it's not limited about the curriculum and the master programs or undergraduate programs, but it's also related to the training programs and the capacity building programs for professionals, because it's very important to build the capacity of the future professionals, whether women or men, but also it's very important to know how to lead the future of logistics from the halal perspective, which growing time over the time. But what I would like to highlight also here, that empowering women in halal economy is not just about fairness or inclusion, it's about sustainable development. So my concluding remarks here that sustainable development of logistics business from halal perspective, especially for women, it needs collective efforts from the government, the business, the universities, and the international organization. They should work together to support women from different perspectives. The first thing, to support women lead startups through funding, mentorship, and global trade opportunities. Adding to this, to invest in education and research in order to build the technical and digital skills to compete globally. And the most important thing is to promote women's visibility in leadership, so every success story becomes an inspiration for others. Thank you so much.
Obrigada. Thank you. My question now is for Alessandra Friso from the Arab Chamber and H2R Research. Alessandra, based on the H2R research and your action in the Arab Chamber, what are the most recent trends of women globally and in the halal industry and in Brazil as well? And in which area, in finance, cosmetics, tourism, pharmaceutics, where do we see more women? Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Claudia. Continuing what Dr. Sarah just said, we have in Brazil the greatest Arab diaspora. It's 2 million descendants or Arabs living in Brazil. And this makes integration very easy, very welcoming. And in the chamber, we have very interesting initiatives. So first of all, bringing two perspectives, one of female leadership. We just saw the power of agribusiness, led by women who work ever since the beginning with quality, the promotion of the business, the development of these relationships. And I see females in Brazil acting in three areas. First of all, working on quality, the standards that are demanded by halal, working in commercial relationships as well, developing the business, and also working a lot in diplomacy of the companies, where you show the potential that Brazil has. But I'd also like to highlight the initiatives of the Arab Chamber in the sense of bringing new sectors for the halal economy, the insertion of Brazil in other sectors. We have a huge initiative, which is Brazil Halal, done together with Apex, and developing new entrepreneurs, female entrepreneurs, to work in the Arab market and the Muslim market. So I call the attention of two very important sectors that have grown enormously, which is the cosmetics area, and they also have fashion, and also the pharmaceutical area. So we have several women leading this business. Now, on the side of entrepreneurship, we see an interesting trend, which is looking at the young women that are under 25 years of age. In the Muslim world, they're almost 52%. And in the rest of the world, the young Muslim women or non-Muslim women, they correspond to 42%, less than 25 years of age. So these young women are acting strongly in technology, bringing startups, creating new business, with a very interesting perspective, the female perspective on problems in the family and in the communities. So in several Muslim countries, Indonesia, for example, we see important initiatives coming from these young women. And I believe, Claudia, this is a strong trend that we have to observe. Today, Muslim women are already a greater number in the international schools. So therefore, we will have a future. When we look at the data of the World Economic Forum, the Muslim women have accelerated their conquests in the last 50 years in a vertiginous manner. And I believe that this is what will happen in the next 50. Thank you, Alessandra. It's very gratifying to check this trend of young women, young Muslims, and for them to be able to start new business, develop new economies. That's very gratifying for us. So now over to Silvia. I would like to ask Soha Shabrawi a question. Soha is the personification of the Arab woman ahead of a Muslim woman ahead of a halal program that is extremely important for Brazil. So bringing down paradigms and overcoming obstacles and really showing the forefront of women nowadays. So I'd like to ask you how a Muslim woman can conquer great participation, and you're an example of this in the halal market, considering not only religious beliefs, but also the structural, the structure that has not been favorable to females. First of all, thank you for the very kind words, Silvia. So before we go right into the question, I would like to say something. We know that the halal economy is growing everywhere, and that is extremely important. But there are two sectors that have been well established. They are well known, and this would be the part of finance and food and drinks. This is in terms of values. So if we think about this, and this market is growing exponentially, and if we observe this, there is a study made by the Global State of Islamic Economy, which is a report that talks about the Islamic economy, and in 2024 it says that for these 7 halal sectors, there is a huge and significant projection of growth for 2027. But 3 of these sectors, they are directly related to women. They are directly aligned to the influence of the woman. So the woman is not, the woman is a main actor here. The first sector is fashion. You've probably heard about this and others. What is Islamic fashion? It is this modest fashion, the way the woman gets dressed. It's not that easy for Muslims in non-Islamic countries, right, to find clothes. So there are brands like Burberry and Chanel who have developed clothes for the Islamic public, or even Puma and Nike that develop Islamic clothes for women who want to exercise and who want to go to the beach, to the pool, respecting their faith. So this shows that global economy is definitely looking at fashion in the world, and it's growing a lot as well. What is the other sector I wanted to call attention to is cosmetics. Women are always very vain, right? But the Muslim woman is extremely vain, sometimes even more than others, because we end up covering our hair, and it's only the face, right? So the face has to look beautiful. It has to be well cared for. So the issue of cosmetics in the Arab world, it definitely gains a lot of value. So why cosmetics, right? Then, that would be another topic about the maquillage that is permeable, or that use halal makeup, that don't use additives or components that are not legal for halal certification. And the other point that I wanted to call your attention to is tourism. And when I talk about tourism, I'm also talking about leisure. Because the Muslim woman, when she thinks about traveling, she has to organize if she's going to be able to be comfortable and feel welcomed in the environment. So, for example, I want to go to the beach. I cannot wear a bikini, I cannot wear a swimsuit, so I'm going to use my burkini. So am I going to be able to feel more adequate? And maybe in that hotel, are they going to have halal food? Is there going to be a nice environment, welcoming environment for that Muslim woman to come to with her family? So tourism and leisure is also growing a lot with regard to the woman, because there are peculiarities with regard to women when we compare with Muslim men. So I just wanted to launch this reflection. So it's not only women working, they are main actors, they make this increase. And in parallel to what Dr. Sarah said, there is recent research showing that Muslim women are increasingly being inserted and doing graduation courses, PhDs, masters in engineering and science. And this means that these women are they're very active in these markets, and that's not the only thing. They are aware of what they want and what they demand. So I only look at what I want as a Muslim who has studied, so I'm going to demand things from the market. So as a Muslim consumer that has studied, I'm also going to work in this area as a main actor. Is it only these areas? No. The halal market has the participation of Muslim women in management, and this has grown increasingly. And I'm going to take the question that Sylvia asked me with regard to the issue of culture, of the Muslim woman. I think it's important to say that the Muslim woman was never, they never stopped her from studying. They encouraged Muslim women to study. At the time of the Muhammad prophet, his wives studied. So it is a misconception. It is a mistake to think that Muslim women are not inserted in the labor market because she hasn't studied. It's the opposite. Muslim women, my grandmother went to university. My mother went to university. All of my sisters have PhDs. And, because sometimes we think that Muslim women don't study, they can't study, but this is a misconception. It is a mistake to think that way. So this woman that is there acting with this knowledge, she's going to be an entrepreneur, a successful woman. She's also going to act as an auditor and certifier. We have several women who are auditors in our company. We also have Muslim managers that are extremely competent, and we also have entrepreneurs, and all of these women, these roles make us leverage the halal market. And I just wanted to make a final remark, which is all of this movement ends up making the market promote an inclusion in this economy model with the inclusion of the woman. And we have credibility, greater credibility, and greater reach of this global market. As soon as we look at these women who are competent and capable, they can also be main actors in this market. Thank you. That's important to break down the stereotypes. Well, my question is for Sullivan, who is a technical director of BPA. So, Sullivan, how do you see the appreciation of females in the labor market, especially in sectors that are traditionally male, for example, in agribusiness and protein? I say that because I studied civil engineering. There were 3 women and the rest of the class, so 77 men. And nowadays it's half and half. It's 50% women, 50% men. So we have moved forward. We have created space. So in agribusiness, how do you feel about this advance? Thank you. Assalamu alaikum. Well, I also wanted to provoke, why do we have a leadership panel for females in an event like this one? It's because it's beautiful? Is it because, it's modern? No. Talking about women in business, in agribusiness, in any labor environment is more than ever a strategy in economic terms. So we're not talking about philosophy or something that is kind, to have the women being heard. No, we're talking, as Dr. Sarah has already mentioned, we're talking about sustainability. And sustainability in the practical sense as well, because there are several indexes that show that when women have less disparity with regard to men, economies that provide equity, the economies are more developed. Talking about women in agribusiness, talking about women at work means to talk about a better economy. So the economy has gotten better. We have received in terms of business and in the science area and other areas, this has increased even more than 50%. We already have a large number. And although the schooling level has increased and women are not running behind in terms of knowledge and preparation for the working market, but they are still behind in terms of leadership positions in all areas, and they are still running behind in terms of equity of salaries. So it's not only about knowledge and preparation for action. So that's why forums like this are important for us to discuss this issue, so to reflect about the role of women. In the agro feeding systems, we have lots of women responsible for the production of food. FAO is about 45% of the food that is done in the systems that go through female hands. So all of this is less in developed countries, but in underdeveloped countries, participation is higher. So that's also bringing something to safety in terms of food safety. So we do have leaders in large companies. We have Shayla as a great example in the sustainability area. Just like Shayla, we have other women, but not only in agribusiness, in other sectors as well. We still see some disadvantage in the participation of women in leadership positions and other issues. And when we talk about female empowerment, we are not trying to bring the flag of women being better than men. I think this has to be very clear. The movement, when it is directed properly, it provides equal opportunities, just like rights and duties as well. So it is important for us to think about this topic, about the participation of women in the labor market and how much they can contribute. I would like to close by using a phrase that I heard in Dubai at Dubai Expo that talked about sustainability, and it said that when women prosper, humanity prospers. And this is the message that I think we have to have, not only as a flag, not only as a discourse, but as our practice, as our daily practice, bringing the female participation as a strategy that is definitely going to bring a differential aspect and complementary work. Diversity brings development, improvement, and advances for everyone. Thank you, Claudia. Thank you, Sula. Thank you all. Thank you to all the girls who have participated in this panel. Sorra, Sula, Alessandra, Sara, Claudia. And now let's go to lunch that is waiting for us. We're late, right? But I thought it was important. Everything that was said here is important. And, you know, the fact that we are looking for these leaders, this professionalism, and the will to belong to this world and in our way, not competing with anyone else. That's basically what we wanted to tell you. Thank you very much. Have a good lunch, everyone. On the side, there's a good lunch. Thank you to our panel members who are going to receive a gift from our Arab-Brazilian Chamber of Commerce, given by Lourenço Schofi, our statute director, and the legal director, Mohal Sabanek, please. Please come up on stage.
Muito bem, mais uma salva de palmas aqui.
Once again, let's give a hand to female leadership. And it is an important appreciation of female leadership, closing our first day of Global Halal Brazil Business Forum. Of course, we thank you all for participating in this great event that connects many opportunities, knowledge, and innovation. So we invite you to participate in the technical and scientific research that is by the Halal Academy that is going to start very soon. Just come here before the beginning and enroll. It's going to be 2 intense days of learning with a presentation of research, scientific work, debates, and innovation in the Halal universe. And tomorrow we will have our second day of Global Halal Brazil Business Forum 2025 from WTC São Paulo with registration starting at 8 in Brasilia time and opening at 9 in the morning. Have a great lunch, everyone. Thank you very much. Shukri.